Another blistering day here in late May from Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf, Maryland. Temperatures at first pitch near 95 degrees. It's not a fun one in the sun today. A little too hot for most people's take, but the Blue Crabs are out there and they've got game 2 of a 3-game set as they take on the Long Island Ducks. Well, a pleasant good evening to everybody. Austin Rooney, happy to have you along for today's game. We're going to run you through the lineups and the starting pitchers prior to the national anthem and first pitch. So starting now for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, the starting lineup batting first for Southern Maryland is the left fielder Jack Sundberg, getting starts in back-to-back games. Batting second, it's Raul Shah, the second baseman. And he's been starting a lot recently, and he's hitting the ball very, very well. Had another hit in yesterday's contest, a 4-game hit streak to show for it. Batting third, it's Jared Walker. He's at first base for the second consecutive game. Had a pair of sac flies last night along with a hit. David Harris is the designated hitter. He bats third. And batting fourth, it's Alex Crosby. He's at third base. Batting sixth is the center fielder, Zach Collier, who plays a terrific center field, and he's got a cannon for an arm as well. Covers a lot of ground out there in center. He's hit as high as 3, I should say. And the Blue Crabs put him in the 6th spot, which gives you an idea of just how deep this Blue Crabs lineup is. Batting 7th is the right fielder, Braxton Lee. As Braxton Lee will be out again in right field. He's got a cannon of an arm as well. Played in AA and AAA last season. Ryan Haug behind home plate. He snagged a runner last night as he got one duck caught stealing. A terrific arm as well. The Blue Crabs, something that's a consistent theme on the defensive end, is very strong arms. And then the 9-hitter rounding out the lineup is Michael Baca. They'll face off against Scott Harkin, who has a 6.58 ERA. Put up his first quality start of the year last year, but then did suffer his 3rd consecutive loss on the year. Harkin comes in at 1-3 with a 6.58 ERA. Well, now the lineup for the Long Island Ducks, batting first and the designated hitter, I should say. It's Johnny Turbo, who's got a ton of speed at the top of the lineup, also leads the Ducks in batting average. Batting second, it's Dustin Woodcock, the right fielder. And he hits the ball quite well. L.J. Mazzilli having a down year this year. He still bats third and is the left fielder. Davidson Romero plays third base. He hits cleanup. The first baseman is Sam Travis. He is in the 5 spot. Batting 6th, it's the center fielder Alejandro De Aza. The 7-hitter Joe DiCarlo also has one of the top batting averages on this team. Second just behind Johnny Turbo. Vladimir Frias is also having a down year, hitting under 200. The second baseman hits 8th. And Devin Marrero, the shortstop, rounds out the lineup. And this Long Island Ducks batting order will be facing off against the best ERA in the Atlantic League. It's Denson Hull, who has a 0.68 ERA. The lefty comes out of AA last season. And last year, Denson Hull pitched 16 innings. In AA, Amarillo had a 5.14 ERA, but his numbers this year far better. His career numbers across 3 years in professional baseball: 100.2 innings, 5-9 record, and a 4.56 ERA, but the numbers this year far better. They 1-1 record, a 0.68 ERA. Across 26 innings, 22 strikeouts, and 8 walks for Denson Hull. One of the real steps in the right direction for Hall is that he's really limited the walks, especially recently. Allowed 3 walks in each of his first 2 starts, but since then has limited the damage via the walks. In his last outing, he did not walk a batter across 7 innings of work. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. How was the control early from Denson Hull? Went 7 1/3 innings last time out and allowed just 1 earned run. Well, we will step aside. When we come back, it is the first pitch from Regency Furniture Stadium in Game 2 between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Southern Maryland looking for their 9th win in their last 10 tries. Pitch.
American Radiology is
16 innings.
For all of your medical
in
imaging.
Double-A, Amarillo had a 5.14 ERA, but his numbers this year far better. His career numbers
of imaging services.
Across 3 years in professional baseball, 100.2
mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
This is Josh McAdams, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
a terrific rendition of the national anthem just moments away from the first pitch here at Regency Furniture Stadium. We're happy to have you with us on a beautiful day for baseball. Maybe that's an overstatement. It is a very hot day for baseball, but sunny skies are overhead, and it will cool down a little bit throughout the evening. Temperatures at first pitch here in Waldorf are 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It feels like 95 or higher. By the time this game comes to its conclusion around 9, 10 o'clock, we're still around 80 degrees and still very hot and humid here at the ballpark. But we're happy to have some baseball in store for you. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are looking for their 9th win in their last 10 tries. The Long Island Ducks, on the other hand, have lost yesterday, and that was after 3 consecutive wins against Staten Island. So we are set for some baseball here today. We're going to run you through the Long Island Ducks starting lineup and the Blue Crabs defense as Denson Hall gets the start for Southern Maryland. The lineup for Long Island: batting first, it's the designated hitter Johnny Turbo. Batting second, it's Dustin Woodcock. He's in right field. The third hitter for Long Island, L.J. Mazzilli, having a down year this year. He's out in left field. The cleanup hitter is Debinson Romero. He plays third base. Sam Travis is at first base today, and he is batting fifth. Alejandro De Aza, the former big leaguer, in center field tonight. He bats sixth. The seventh hitter is Joe DiCarlo. He's doing the catching tonight. Batting eighth, it's Vladimir Frias, who is at second base, also having a bit of a tough year this season. Devin Marrero plays shortstop for Long Island. One of the changes today, it's De Aza in center field. And the former Red Sox prospect out of Cuba, Rusney Castillo, is out. On the mound for the Blue Crabs is Denson Hall. Denson Hall has a 0.68 ERA. That is the top ERA among qualifiers in the Atlantic League. In 5 starts this year, he's allowed just 2 earned runs across 26 and a third innings of work. His last start, he pitched 7 innings, allowed just 1 run. It was a solo home run. So Denson Hall will look to avoid the long ball in today's game. We'll run you through his past 5 starts. His most recent start, as I mentioned earlier, 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 run. It came via the home run. He walked none. He did hit a batter. Yes, this last start was the only start so far for Denson Hall where he has not allowed a walk. He walked 1 against Gastonia 2 starts ago, where he went 6 innings, 2 runs, 1 earned. The start prior, 5 innings against Lancaster, 3 hits, no earned runs. He walked 1 and struck out 5. He struggled with the walk early. His first 2 starts this season, he allowed 3 walks in each of those 2 starts. But for Denson Hall, it's all about avoiding the walk here today. Walks have been a bit of an issue for him throughout his career. Last year, in 44 innings, he walked 21 batters, just right around a half walk an inning. You want to be closer to a quarter of a walk per inning, so probably 2 times as many walks as he would have liked last year. Well, we're set for baseball. Johnny Turbo steps in from the right side, the designated hitter with all kinds of speed. We'll take you around the defensive diamond for the Blue Crabs. Jack Sundberg in left, Zach Collier in center, Braxton Lee in right, Alex Crosby at third, Michael Baca at short, Raul Shaw at second, Jared Walker plays first. Behind the plate, it's Ryan Haug who's doing the catching for Denson Hall, and the first pitch fired in for a strike 1. Defense straight away on a hot and humid evening in Waldorf, Maryland. The 0-1 pitch, swinging a high pop up into shallow right field. Braxton Lee slides. He can't make the catch. It's a leadoff single for Johnny Turbo. There's a runner on first base with nobody out. Here comes Dustin Woodcock, and now for Denson Hall, you have to worry a little bit about Johnny Turbo's speed at first base. You've got a terrific catcher behind the plate in Ryan Haug, who's got a very good arm, but still, it's tough to catch someone with the speed of Johnny Turbo. Here is Dustin Woodcock. the right fielder who bats second. Runner on first base, no outs. Here's the pitch. Called strike on the outer half. Top of the first inning. No score between the Ducks and the Blue Crabs. Woodcock, the second batter to the plate in tonight's matchup. Here is the 0-1 pitch. Runs a little low and in. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. And I talked about a potential threat to run from Johnny Turbo. He has just 2 stolen bases so far this year. He's 2 for 2 in that category. Tosses over to first to check on Turbo, who's back to the bag. And I think as much as the actual speed from Turbo, I think about half of it also has to fall into the intimidation category. I mean, the guy's name is Turbo. He's so fast he renamed himself. 1-1 pitch. Swinging a ground ball over to first. Could be 2. On to second for 1. Back on to first. On the transfer, Michael Baca lost the ball. They get the lead out at second base. Turbo out. Woodcock to first on a fielder's choice. And there would have been a good chance to get him. Those double play balls are always difficult when it's a ground ball to first and you try to go 3-6-3 or 3-6-1 if the pitcher ends up covering. But that one looked like there was a good chance. Woodcock runs all right, but they certainly would have had a chance over at first. Woodcock does have the most stolen bases on the season. 5 stolen bases. Turbo has just 2. First pitch to the 3-hitter, L.J. Mazzilli. It's a called strike. Just in that top upper outside corner. Woodcock with a short lead from first. Here's the pitch, swinging a foul ball, first base side. Count no balls and 2 strikes on Woodcock with 1 away in the top of the first. Happy you've decided to join us on a Saturday evening in Waldorf, Maryland. And due to the very hot weather again, we're going to have another heat-related trivia question. This one not about local baseball or local heat. Question coming in the top of the 4th inning today as the 0-2 pitch is away. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner on first base, that's Dustin Woodcock with 1 away in the top of the first. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a high pop-up, right field side. Braxton Lee chases over toward the wall, but he runs out of room, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. All set. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on the righty Mazzilli, who's working a deep count. Here is the 1-2 offering. Swinging a ground ball over to third. Runner was going on the pitch. Fielded by Crosby. He throws across the diamond. Jared Walker was taken off the bag, and he's safe at first base. Oh, it was a very close play at first. Tough to tell from that initial angle whether Jared Walker actually took his foot off the bag when he received the ball. He was certainly surprised. That much I can tell you. But very close as to whether or not his foot was actually off the bag. Runner on. So runners on first and second now with 1 out. The second base and shortstop, Raul Shaw and Michael Baca, both behind the bag, checking on Woodcock. Either way, runners on first and second now with 1 out. This one swung on a line drive into shallow left field. It's a base hit. They're going to hold Woodcock at third. Debinson Romero on, and the bases are loaded with one out. And the Ducks certainly have something cooking here in the top of the first inning. And here comes Sam Travis. Well, Hull in his career with the Blue Crabs has not allowed more than 2 runs in a game. But all of a sudden, that's at risk. Woodcock from third, Mazzilli from second, and Romero from first. Here's the pitch. Up and in, count 1 ball and no strikes. Sam Travis hits .310 on the season. All set, the lefty, who played as high as Double-A last season. Offers, up and away. Count 2 balls and no strikes with 1 out and the bases loaded. Travis followed by De Aza and DiCarlo. De Aza hitting just .148 on the season. The only positive here about the bases loaded, there's a force at every base, but now he's behind in the count 3-0 after the 2-0 misses upstairs. And you'd have to think maybe Denson Hull's lost a little bit of feel for that fastball. And hasn't come at a great time with the bases loaded and 1 out. A 3-0 swung on and foul back behind home plate. Woodcock from third, Mazzilli from second, Romero from first. 1 out in the top of the first inning. Still no score for now. But the Ducks are threatening a pair of hits and an error to start things out. 3-1. Low and in, ball 4. Not only is it the first walk issued from Denson Hull, but a run comes in for the Ducks, and it's 1-0 Long Island. And it's Alejandro De Aza who comes to the plate. Well, not the start the Blue Crabs were looking for. Southern Maryland coming off of a 7-game win streak that was snapped on Thursday against Gastonia, and picked up a win yesterday against Long Island in Game 1. Blue Crabs with a 9.5-game lead over the Ducks. And the thought coming into the day was that if you can at least win 2 out of 3 here against the Ducks, or even if you win 1, you put yourself in a situation where it's still pretty comfortable. And I think the idea would be from the Blue Crabs, they play 6 games against the Ducks. It's a called strike. First pitch on De Aza. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on the lefty. Coming into this 6-game stretch against the Ducks, 3 at home at Regency Furniture Stadium, 3 on the road in Long Island. That if the Blue Crabs can at least win 3 of 6, they'd still have an 8.5-game lead in the division. Well, the 0-1 pitch is way outside, and the count, a ball and a strike. As I mentioned earlier, Hull did not walk a batter the entire game. In over 7 innings of work in his last appearance. But here in the first, he's walked in a run. Bases are loaded with 1 out. That run currently goes down as unearned, based on a throwing error from Alex Crosby. It's the difference between there being 2 outs and not a run in, the base is still loaded, and 1 out, bases loaded, and the Ducks have already scored a run. A simple fly out would double the lead, but the 1-1 pitch is upstairs. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. So Woodcock scored from third on the walk. L.J. Mazzilli on third now. Romero on second. Sam Travis at first. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's upstairs. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. And all of a sudden, Denson Hull at risk of walking in the second run of the inning. Alejandro De Aza back in from the left side. Hitting just 148 this season. 3-1 pitch swung on and popped up foul over the Blue Crabs dugout. And the count full at 3-2. The Long Island Ducks have quite a few former big leaguers, including Alejandro De Aza, one of the better known former MLB players. Spent time with the White Sox. 3-2 offering. Defensive swing, it's foul back. The count remains 3-2. Spent 10 years in Major League Baseball. His career started with Florida. He played 4 years with the White Sox organization before moving on to Baltimore for 2 years. Played with the Red Sox for a half season. Spent a little bit of time with the Giants, the Mets, and the Nationals. Here's the 3-2 once more. Swing and a foul tip. Howe couldn't hang on to it. Or is this strike 3? I don't believe so. No, it's a foul tip. And the count remains 3-2 strikes. For a moment, it looked like De Aza might be walking away from the plate. But the call from home plate umpire in tonight's game, Brian Fisher, is a foul tip. Bases loaded, 1 out. 1-0 Ducks here in the top of the first. Here's the pitch from Hull. Swinging a ground ball, foul first base side. And the count remains 3-2 in what is a very deep count at this point. That was the 8th pitch of the at-bat to Alejandro De Aza. Well, Denson Hull has thrown 24 pitches here in the first inning. Has recorded just 1 out. Hull set. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive. Foul once more. First base side. That was the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Well, Alejandro De Aza might be batting only 148, but this at-bat against Denson Hull, a marathon, and he's working the pitcher. Here is the pitch. Came up and in and walks him. Back-to-back walks from Denson Hull. This one will be charged against him. And it's 2-0 Long Island. 2-0 Ducks. The Blue Crabs haven't come to the plate yet. And Darryl Thompson's going to come out to have a chat with Denson Hull and keep the damage here in the first inning to a minimum. Coming into this game, the pitching matchup looked very favorable for the Blue Crabs. Hull has a 0.68 ERA. And the Ducks starter in tonight's contest, Scott Harkin, who comes in with a 1-3 record and a 6.58 ERA. Harkin, one of many players for the Ducks with strong affiliated ball experience. Among pitchers, we saw Sandy Baez. He played in the MLB. And Stephen Tarpley also played in the big leagues. But they've got a lot of big league bats. Devin Marrero played for the Marlins. Sam Travis played in the big leagues. Rusney Castillo, who's out today, played in the big leagues. As did Alejandro De Aza and Lou Ford. But Ford also out of the lineup today. Well, here comes Joe DiCarlo, one of the more dangerous hitters. L.J. Mazzilli came in and scored on the walk. First pitch swing. High pop-up foul, first base side. And out of play. Count 0-1. The catcher bats from the right side. Romero from third. Travis from second. De Aza from first. Base is still full of Ducks. Here's the 0-1. Called strike, count 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out in the top of the first inning. Here's the 0-2 offering. It's upstairs in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, the Ducks yesterday were held to just 2 runs, scored both those runs back in the 4th inning of the game. They're already down 6-2. 1-2 pitch close, but a little bit upstairs in the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. No action yet in the Blue Crabs bullpen, but with the bases loaded and 1 out, and already 2 runners home for the Ducks, the Blue Crabs may need to get someone going before things get too ugly. Pitch, swinging a high pop-up, foul, first base side. And the count remains 2-2, and Denson Hall's working here. He's pounding the strike zone, but not getting enough swings and misses from these Long Island hitters. That was the 31st pitch of the inning from Denson Hall. And he's had a terrific start to the season. As I mentioned earlier, the best start among qualifiers in the entire Atlantic League. And when the Blue Crabs sent him out today, I think the idea was that you're probably going to get some shutdown pitching. But so far, the Ducks have gotten a little bit lucky off of an error and worked some very deep counts. Here's the pitch, swinging a slow liner over to shortstop, on to second, a double play. Michael Baca caught it, he flipped to second and got Sam Travis a little bit too far off the bag. The Ducks score 2 with the Blue Crabs work out of trouble with a line drive double play to end the inning. Well, after the top of the first, it's the Ducks 2 and the Blue Crabs nothing. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, are you looking for your next apartment? Be sure to visit Village of St. Charles and check out the spacious 1, 2, and 3-bedroom floor plans. Located in the heart of Waldorf, you can play, relax, and entertain. Be sure to check us out at villageofstcharles.com.
If you're working in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area as a pipe fitter, pipe welder, or HVAC service tech, and you're interested in a better life, a better means to provide for yourself and your family, a way to make sure that you're earning the highest wages and the best benefits in our industry. Visit our website at steamfitters-602.org. That's steamfitters-602.org, and let's talk about what we can do to help change your life.
Leading off for your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, left fielder number 9, Jack Sundberg.
Bottom of the first inning, and the Long Island Ducks have gotten the scoring started early. A 2-0 start back in the first inning as the first pitch misses upstairs and outside to the leadoff man, Jack Sundberg. Count 1 ball and no strikes. 7 batters came to the plate, and every one of them, with the exception of Joe DiCarlo, got on base. The first pitch, or the 1-0 I should say, a called strike, and the count, a ball and a strike on the lefty. A A single from Johnny Turbo, a fielder's choice from Dustin Woodcock. LJ Mazzilli reached on an error. 1-1 pitch, a little bit up and away, and the count 2-1. Debinson Romero singled, Sam Travis walked, DeAza singled, or I beg your pardon, DeAza also walked in a run. And Joe DiCarlo lined into a double play. The 2-1 pitch, a called strike, and the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the lefty leadoff man, Jack Sundberg, will run you through the lineup shortly and also get you the numbers on Scott Harkin, who has a start for Long Island. 2-2 pitch, breaking ball, swung on and fouled back to the screen. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, the lineup for the Blue Crabs, it's Jack Sundberg leading off. He's at the plate right now. Raul Shaw bats second in the midst of a 5-game hit streak. Jared Walker, the power hitter, hits third. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Sundberg goes down swinging at a high fastball up and out of the zone. And there are 2 away. Here comes Raul Shaw, who bats second. Jared Walker bats third. David Harris, who is in a 13-game hit streak, had 4 hits yesterday, including a 2-run shot and a double, is the cleanup hitter. Alex Crosby bats fifth. It's Zach Collier who hits sixth. First pitch to Raul Shaw is away for ball 1. Braxton Lee is the 7-hitter. Ryan Haug, the catcher, bats 8th. And in the 9th spot, closing out the order, is Michael Baca. 1-0 pitch, cut on, a high pop-up in a shallow center. Long run for DeAza. He gives way to the second baseman, Vladimir Frias, who's on the outfield grass, and makes the catch for the first out.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 24.
2 up and 2 down in the bottom of the first inning. Here comes Jared Walker. Jared Walker was out for a week prior to yesterday's game with a hamstring knot. First pitch called strike. Back to full strength though and hitting the ball quite well. Here's the pitch, 0-1, swinging a high pop-up, foul territory. It's the third baseman, Romero, over in front of the Blue Crabs bullpen, who makes the catch for the final out. A very quick 1-2-3 inning from Scott Harkin retires the Blue Crabs in order. We go to the top of the second. It's 2-0 Ducks. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Andrew Riceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So, what do you like about your home?
Practice like hockey. I practice stick handling and sometimes shooting. Mommy. Go outside sometimes. I like playing lacrosse. Playing the Switch. I like the scribble. Daddy. I like to build Legos at home. I have the biggest closet. Riding my dirt bike.
We help you home. At Hometown Real Estate, we want to help you and your family home, whatever that takes and whatever that means to you. Give us a call at 888-225-2736 or online at helpyouhomebluecrabs.com.
This is Andrew Riceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, the Blue Crabs trying to get Denson Hull back on track here on the top of the second inning. It's 2-0 Ducks. As the Ducks scored 2 runs in the first, only one of them earned for Denson Hull, 1 unearned run due to the error from Alex Crosby. So it will be 8, 9, and 1 due up in the Long Island Ducks order. Frias followed by Marrero and Turbo. Hull is set. First pitch here in the second inning. Called strike. And the count 0-1 on the righty Frias. Well, we're happy you decided to join us today. It is hot, it is humid, it is sticky, but still a sizable crowd on hand here at the ballpark. 0-1 pitch. That misses low and away. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty Frias. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul ball back behind home plate. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Denson Hull has thrown as hard as 90 miles an hour today. Hit 90.3 against L.J. Mazzilli before the end of the first inning. One-two pitch to Frias, low and in the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the righty. Well, Hull's thrown 36 pitches. But it's not too late to the effect that if he can find a way to really find his groove here in the next couple innings, that he couldn't go 6 innings by any means. Very possible he could. 2-2 upstairs, count 3 balls and 2 strikes. He does have to limit the walks, though. Frias steps back in, taps his bat against home plate twice. Payoff pitch upcoming. Swing and a foul ball back to the screen. And the count 3-2. Nick Sweetman commented earlier today that he's in the stadium live, has the opportunity to watch the balancing Tyler, who balances all sorts of cool things all over, I think, on his nose, on his chin, on his foot, everywhere. So if you're in the ballpark today, you'll have a chance to check that out. We're going to try to get some of that on our broadcast. 3-2 pitch. Swinging a foul tip behind home plate once more, and another very long at bat for Denson Hull. That was the 7th pitch of the at bat against Vladimir Frias. 2-0 Long Island. Both runs came in the top of the first inning as a pair of runners were walked in. Alejandro De Aza and Sam Travis were credited, I should say, with the RBIs. Here's the 3-2. Up and away, it's another walk issued to Vladimir Frias. And it's the 3rd walk issued by Denson Hull, which matches a season high for Hull. He walked 3 batters in the first 2 games of the season, his first 2 appearances. But since then, he's really limited the walks. But between a couple of base hits, an error, and 2 walks in the first inning, the Long Island Ducks have found their way onto the scoreboard. Hull set, here's the pitch. Runner goes, throw down to second, goes into center field. But Zach Collier quickly there to back up on that play, which holds Frias at second base, but it's a stolen base, and there's a runner on second base with nobody out. Runner on second, no outs. Count 1 ball and no strikes on Marrero. Hull gets the sign from his catcher, Haug. Ryan Haug sets up right on the inner half. Pitch, swinging a foul ball, first base side. As the fans erupt in applause, I'm not entirely sure what happened. Someone must have made a great catch. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Frias from second, 2-0 Ducks. Here's the pitch. A little bit inside. And the count 2 balls and a strike. And the long counts have really hurt Denson Hull, probably more so even than the control. Hull's thrown 25 strikes on 42 pitches. This one swung on. Hit deep center field. It's the center fielder Collier way back who makes the catch for the first out. And meanwhile, Vladimir Frias advances to third base on the flyout. So runner on third with less than 2 outs. And Johnny Turbo coming to the plate. It's a perfect recipe to trade a run with an out on a fielder's choice. Infield is in for Southern Maryland. Michael Baca on the infield grass along with Raul Shah. Over at third and first. Just a little behind the grass as that indent comes in from the dirt. First pitch low and in on Johnny Turbo. And Johnny Turbo is every part of the perfect leadoff man. His batting average at .397. Has an OPS near 1,000. Pitch, swing and a miss. The count 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty. But a runner on third base here in the top of the first inning. The Ducks looking to extend that 2-0 lead. Hull picks up the rosin bag, tosses it on his arm. It's already humid, tough to get a good grip. Hull not totally new to these conditions, though, as the 1-1 pitch is low and in, and the count 2-1. He pitched last year in Amarillo, Texas, with the Sod Poodles. And his ERA was a little higher there. It was a touch over 5, but he also pitched for Creighton in the Big East, which is cooler weather for sure. 2-1 pitch, swinging a foul ball, third base side, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner on third base. Hull in need of a strikeout here, trying to get the all-important second out. And Denson Hull is originally from Missouri City, Texas, so he knows this heat well. 2-2, swinging a line drive in a shallow center field. It's a base hit. It's going to score a run, and the Ducks jump on top 3-0. RBI single from Johnny Turbo, who's got a pair of hits today. And there's a runner on first here in the top of the second. 3 runs already in for the Ducks. The Blue Crabs will need to get their bats going in the bottom of the second. The real positive for Southern Maryland has been their bullpen on the back end. Their starting pitching's been good. There's no question about that. But it's their relief pitching that's been especially dominant. And the idea from the Blue Crabs generally has been get to the 5th or 6th inning. Only allowed 2 or 3 runs. The bullpen will take it the rest of the way. As Hull tosses over to first base to check on Turbo. No action yet in the Blue Crabs bullpen. 3-0 Ducks in the second inning. Pitch comes up and in on Dustin Woodcock. Count 1 ball and no strikes. And overall, still significantly more strikes thrown than balls from Denson Hull. Maybe not quite the percentage you're looking for. In theory, you're looking for about 70%. Hull is around 60%. So not bad. It's just a touch lower than where you'd probably like to be. in that 65 to 70% range. But the 3 walks, that's what's really hurt him. A lot of them coming in deep counts. The pitch swung on and fouled back behind home plate, and the count a ball and a strike on Dustin Woodcock, who hits .330 on the season. That was the 51st pitch thrown by Denson Hull. When I ask if there's anybody warming up in the bullpen, the real reason is that you have to wonder how long Hull will be able to go if he continues pitching deep innings like this one. This will be the 20th pitch of the second inning. And it's not necessarily because he's facing all that many batters, but more so because of the deep counts. Runner on first base, 1 out. It's Johnny Turbo who has a short lead over there at first. 1-1 pitch on Woodcock goes upstairs. Count 2 balls and a strike. It'll be L.J. Mazzilli following Woodcock. Woodcock reached in the first on a fielder's choice. Mazzilli then reached on an error by the third baseman, Alex Crosby, on a tight play over at first base that forced Jared Walker off the bag, to his surprise, to the surprise of most here in the ballpark. 2-1, a little bit upstairs, count 3-1. Levante Palmer, the umpire over there at first base, who made the call, and he tells us he listens to these games. You better not be too hard on Levante Palmer. He knows what's going on. And he'll listen back. Three 0 Ducks in the top of the second. Count 3 balls and 1 strike on Woodcock. The pitch swung on and fouled back. And the count 3-2. But Denson Hull is at risk of walking his 4th batter here in the first 2 innings. And meanwhile, on the other side of the ball, Scott Harkin, who has struggled this year throughout the season. ERA over 6. Pitch to 1-2-3 first. Called strike 3. Dustin Woodcock goes down looking. He can't believe the call. And it's a big second out for Denson Hull. A backwards K. It's the first strikeout of the day from Hull, who worked another very long at bat to Dustin Woodcock. And he earns strike 3. And now there is a little bit of action. Pitcher up and throwing for the Blue Crabs. We don't yet know who that might be. But for the majority of this bullpen, they are well rested coming into today's game. And the blowout win yesterday for the Blue Crabs, the bullpen did not go for the most part. Dalton Geeky pitched, but the majority of the work was done by Darryl Thompson. Looks like we had a balk. And Johnny Turbo has a free pass over to second base. And Dunston Hull is going to have a conversation with the catcher, Ryan Haug. He didn't even throw anything. Didn't throw the ball to first. Well, there's a runner on second base now with 2 outs. Turbo in scoring position. You have to think a base hit's going to score another run. 3-0 Ducks here in the second inning. Pitch is low into the dirt. Haug blocks it and stays in front of it. And the count 1 ball and no strikes on L.J. Mazzilli. Again, Johnny Turbo, despite his name and his strong speed, has only stolen 2 bases this year, and I would not anticipate with 2 outs him trying to steal third base. With that said, L.J. Mazzilli is hitting just .189 this year. 1-0, cut on, tap foul, first base side. Nice one-handed grab by Matt Hibbert. See if Mackenzie Mills is going to toss this one into the crowd, or if this one stays in the dugout. Looks like it's staying in play. Might go ahead and use this ball again. Count a ball and a strike. Here's the pitch. Runner goes, swinging a high fly ball, deep left field. Sends Sundberg back to the warning track where he makes the catch. Just in front of the mini monster for the final out of the inning. Well, the Ducks threaten. They score one. They also strand one at the end of 1.5. It's the Ducks 3 and the Blue Crabs nothing on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Now batting, the designated hitter number 14, David Harris.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that presentation by the amazing Tyler. And that balancing act involving a couple of players. Eddie Butler was involved. Alex Marathieu along with Dario Polanco. Here comes David Harris. First pitch. Called strike on the outer half from Scott Harkin. 3-0 Ducks. The pitch a little bit outside and the count 1 ball and 1 strike on David Harris. 1-1. Breaking ball, called strike 2 on Harris, who was 4 for 5 yesterday, and Harkin's been mixing up his pitches. And so far, it's worked effectively. A strikeout to Sundberg, a pop out from Shaw, and a pop out from Walker. 1-2 is cut on and fouled back. Scott Harkin on the fastball. So far, 85 to 88. Denson Hall with his sinker, 89 to 91. This one swung on a slow grounder over to third. Tough play. Devinston Romero couldn't come up with it. And there's a runner on first base to start things off in the bottom of the second inning. The question is that a hit? If it is, 14 consecutive games for David Harris with a single. Or the hit, I should say. Be interested to see what that's going to be scored as. An infield single or an error on Davidson Romero. Here's Alex Crosby. First pitch swinging fouled off, third base side toward the concourse level. Bouncing beneath a couple of tables in the picnic area on the concourse. I'm going to vote hit. I'm not sure, though. We haven't received word yet. Pitch swinging a high fly ball, shallow left center. Deaza gives way for L.J. Mazzilli, the left fielder, who takes charge and makes the catch. And get this. The official scorer ruling pending on David Harris. They're going to take another look at it on the replay. Either way, a runner on first base and one out. I saw it live. It was going to be a tough play for the third baseman, Romero. First pitch to Zach Collier with one away. Misses away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch, breaking ball away. Count 2-0. Short lead from David Harris off of first base. And he is officially credited with the hit now as the 2-0 pitch. Away for ball 3. Three balls and no strikes on the lefty Collier. The pitch, called strike on the outside corner. And the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Blue Crabs looking to get some offense going here in the second inning. 3-1 offering. That's low, ball 4. And there are runners on first and second. Harkin issues his first free pass of the day. On the season, Scott Harkin hasn't really struggled with his walks. He's struggled with hits, and in a big way. Allowed 36 hits across 26 innings. In the last 17 innings, he's allowed 27 hits. But just 6 walks on the season. That was his 7th across, again, 26 innings of work. This one swung on and fouled off behind home plate. It's Harris from second, Collier from first, Braxton Lee at the plate. He'll be followed by Ryan Haug, the catcher. Harkin set, 0-1. That's away, count 1 ball and 1 strike. We're going to get to our trivia question. Don't worry, it's coming in the top of the 4th inning. So not in the top of the 3rd. We're delaying it to the top of the 4th to get a hint in the bottom of the 4th and our answer in the top of the 5th. Blue Crabs fans have any other trivia questions they want to ask, send them to the group chat. Swinging a ground ball through the right side, a base hit. Ray Ortega waves around Harris. The throw to the plate's offline. And David Harris scores from second. An RBI single from Braxton Lee. And the Blue Crabs are on the board here in the bottom of the 2nd. And the Blue Crabs have cut the deficit to 3-1. On an RBI single off the bat of Braxton Lee. It's the back of the Blue Crabs order that's doing damage, and this is not new for the Blue Crabs. One could argue that 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 might be the best part of the Blue Crabs batting order. First pitch, a little bit up and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. The thing about the Blue Crabs order is it's so balanced 1 to 9. Shaw is hitting 317, he bats second. Harris at 337, he's the cleanup hitter. 1-0 pitch, a called strike, count 1-1. Crosby hits 330, he bats fifth. And Haug hits 343 and he bats 8th. Gives you an idea of how spread out this offense is for Southern Maryland. 1-1 pitch to Haug. Breaking ball, swinging a ground ball over to third. Could be 2. On the ground to second for 1. No throw back on to first. So a fielder's choice. Romero threw to Frias to get Braxton Lee at second. But meanwhile, Zach Collier advances to third and Ryan Haug on at first with a fielder's choice. Here comes Michael Baca. 1 Blue Crabs run on 2 hits here in the second inning. They still trail 3-1. First pitch to Baca, swinging a line drive. First base line, tails foul at the last second. Nearly extra bases, probably could have scored a pair of runs. Instead, it's merely a foul ball. And Baca hitting much better recently in his last series against Gastonia. He had 5 hits. Was 3 for 3 in game 2 and was 2 for 4 in game 3. This ball skips past the catcher DeCarlo, and scoring from third, Zach Collier. The Blue Crabs take advantage of a defensive error from the Long Island Ducks on a really bad wild pitch from Scott Harkin. 2 runs in for the Blue Crabs and a runner in scoring position to go along with it. And Zach Collier scores in the wild pitch. Meanwhile, Ryan Haug advances to second. Three-two Ducks. Breaking ball upstairs, and the count 2 balls and a strike on the righty Michael Baca. Defense straight up on Michael Baca. We have seen some teams use slightly heavier shifts here this year in the Atlantic League. Shifts are not outlawed. 2-1 pitch, swinging a screamer over toward the first base dugout from the Long Island Ducks. Hits the screen, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ducks 3, Blue Crabs 2, 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes on Michael Baca. Harkin set. DeCarlo setting up a little low and away. Pitch, swinging a line drive, right field, but the right fielder Woodcock was playing in, and he makes the catch. Belt high on the line drive for the final out. But the Blue Crabs score 2 at the end of 2. It's the Ducks 3 and Southern Maryland 2. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Well, Denson Hall back out for his third inning of work. The Ducks have scored 3 runs off the lefty and lead this game 3-2. Davidson Romero digs in. 4, 5, and 6 due up for the Ducks here in the inning. First pitch called strike at the belt in the count 0-1. Romero to be followed by Travis and De Aza. The Ducks scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second. The Blue Crabs responded with 2 in the bottom of the second. The 0-1 pitch is cut on. A high pop-up into shallow left center. Zach Collier is there, and he makes the catch for the second out. 3 straight outs recorded by Denson Hall. The problem for Hall is the pitch count. He's thrown 60 pitches through 2 1/3 innings. He's allowed just 2 earned runs. But he's also allowed 3 hits and 3 walks. That's not going to be a recipe to keep runs off the board. Hall gets the sign from his catcher, Haug, who sets up a little bit low and away. First pitch is a called strike on the outer half in the count 0-1. We've talked about this at length already, but Denson Hall, despite the fact he's walked 3 batters today, has not really struggled with control all that much. More than 60% of his pitches have been strikes. This one is swung on and lifted into left field, but the left fielder Sundberg drifts back onto the warning track and makes the catch on a hard liner off the bat of Sam Travis. There's no question the Ducks bats are hitting Denson Hall pretty hard today, but he's received some luck. That one courtesy of Jack Sundberg in left field, who drifted back onto the warning track with just enough time to make the catch. Either way, 4 pitches to record just 2 outs. I probably should have said just 4 pitches to record 2 outs. First pitch from Hall, swinging a line drive, right center field. It's going to be a tough play for Lee, who slides and makes the catch. Well, 3 hard-hit balls off the bat of Long Island Ducks hitters, but they're all right at fielders. Took just 5 pitches for Denson Hall to retire the side in the third. We're finished with 2 1/3 here at Regency Furniture Stadium. It's 3-2 Ducks. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Back to the top of the order here in the bottom of the third inning. First pitch to Jack Sundberg. Swung on and driven into deep center field, but the center fielder Alejandro De Aza is back in front of the warning track, in front of the Holiday Inn Express sign, to make the catch for the first down. Shock steps in. One pitch and one out from Scott Harkin here in the bottom of the third inning. His pitch count not particularly high. He's thrown just 34 pitches across 2 1/3 innings. But it never hurts to have one pitch and one out. First pitch called strike on Shaw, and the count 0-1. It's a big development for Denson Hall to have pitched 3 innings, or have gone 3 innings now and only allowed 3 runs. If you can get 5 innings through here and get to that Blue Crabs bullpen, Southern Maryland should be just fine. The pitch, swing and a miss from Raul Shaw, on the count, no balls and 2 strikes with 1 away. Here's the 0-2. Low and away, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. And fans are cheering about something. Oh, it's the amazing Tyler who is performing in front of the crowd. It's not between innings, but it is a performance nonetheless. It looks like he's going to give something away to a fan. 1-2, swinging a foul ball, first base side. He's got some fans who are engaged in his performance. He's balancing a baseball glove on his nose. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Raul Shaw goes down swinging. And there are 2 away in the third. That brings up Jared Walker. Walker popped down to third his first time up. And Scott Harkin seems to have settled down very nicely after a difficult second inning. Saw 2 runs come home. Both of them ruled earned runs because the second run came around on a wild pitch and not a pass ball. If it was a pass ball, it would be ruled an unearned run. There's the pitch to Jared Walker. It's low for ball 1. Harkin's gone 2 2/3, allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 2 strikeouts. He's walked 1. Whole bunch of 2s for Scott Harkin. Count 1 ball and no strikes. The first pitch missed low on Walker. 1-0, that's away. Yeah, it's a called strike. Just clipped the outer part of the zone. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike on the lefty Walker. David Harris on deck, the righty. 1-1 pitch cut on, a 2-hopper over to first. Sam Travis takes it himself to the bag and retires the side to end the third. The Blue Crabs go down in order, 1, 2, 3. We're finished with 3 innings of play from the Reg in Waldorf. It's the Ducks 3 and the Blue Crabs 2 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Top of the fourth inning, Denson Hall back on the mound. First pitch swinging, and it's popped up into shallow right field off the bat of Joe DiCarlo. The catch made out in shallow right, chest high from Braxton Lee. Well, 6 consecutive now retired by Denson Hall, who has seemed to settle in nicely. The third inning, there were quite a few hard-hit balls off of Denson Hall. But he got out of it without any trouble. Aside from the high pop-up off the bat of Debinson Romero, Sam Travis rocketed one to left, and Deaza also got a good piece of one on a line drive to right and a sliding play by Braxton Lee. First pitch to Vladimir Frias is cut on and foul back behind home plate. Count no balls and 1 strike. Oh, 1, that's in. Count 1-1. Base paths are empty with 1 away. Top of the fourth inning. We apologize. We had some lower volume issue earlier today. We've resolved that issue. 1-1 pitch called strike. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, it's time for our trivia question today. Again, it relates to the Heat because it's really hot out there. We had Fernando Perez guess it on the nose. Someone in the Geeky family also got it exactly right. 2-1 pitch swung on, high fly ball, right field side, and the right fielder, Braxton Lee, runs out of room. And the count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes. So yesterday's question is what is the highest temperature on record in the state of Maryland? The answer was 109 degrees, which again Fernando Perez guessed right on the nose. It's 91 or so today. It feels like around 95. It's hot. It's very hot. Here is the 1-2 pitch. Ooh, looked awfully close, just a little bit in, and the count 2-2. So today's question is, what Major League Baseball game has the highest recording temperature ever? So what 2 teams are playing in this game, and what was the temperature? That's the question here. It's 2 parts. 2-2, swinging a line drive, right center field. This one's going to drop in the gap for extra bases. Frias rounds first. Strong throw into second base, but he's got a stand-up double with 1 out. Zach Collier gathered that ball quickly in right center, I should say, and threw a bullet right into second base. But by the time it came in, Vladimir Frias was at second. Still a runner at second base with 1 out. Devin Marrero digs in. Hall is set. First pitch, swinging a foul ball back behind home plate in the count 0-1. Marrero to be followed by the leadoff hitter in this lineup, Johnny Turbo, who's 2 for 2. Has a pair of singles. The worry, of course, the runner on second base, Vladimir Frias. Even if Hull does retire Marrero, the worry about a base hit to give the Ducks another run. 1-1 pitch cut on and fouled away. First base side out of play, and the count 1-2. On the season, Devin Marrero, a .213 hitter. I beg your pardon, the count's no balls and 2 strikes. 0-2, low and in. Briefly gets away from the catcher, Haug, but he is there to make sure that Frias does not advance. And now the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on the righty. He can give you an idea of the velocities in this game. Denson Hull has topped out, I should say, at 90.9 miles an hour. Scott Harkin has thrown as high as 89.6. 1-1 offering. Just a little in. Or the 2-2 offering, I should have said. Beg your pardon. The scoreboard out in left field is off, and I was following that. I apologize for the missed information there. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Runner on second base, 1 out. Here's the 2-2. Swinging a fly ball, deep right center field. Braxton Lee on his horse back in front of the warning track where he makes the catch. Tagging and going to the third. Frias, the throw comes in. And he is safe at third, I should say. Slides under the tag. A strong relay. But they do not get Frias trying to go from second to third. Runner on third base now and 2 outs for the Ducks. And it's Johnny Turbo, who did not have a hit in yesterday's game, but is now batting over 400 at 406. 2 for 2 with an RBI today. And an opportunity to drive in another. Turbo, the designated hitter. First pitch, called strike, and the count 0-1. Denson Hull has thrown 76 pitches through 3 2/3. If he can get out of this, he could definitely complete 5. He might even be able to go into the 6th, depending on what manager Stan Clyburn thinks regarding his relief pitchers. And he's got a lot of options to go with after the vast majority of guys got rest yesterday. Geeky and Marathu threw yesterday, along with Bradley Roney. 0-1, that's away. The count 1 ball and 1 strike, but I'd imagine that Roney and Geeky are probably available again today, and that's not even considering Baker and then the 7, 8, and 9 guys who have gone consistently in that order: Nick Wells, Andres Briseño, and Matt Latos. 1-1, big wave and a miss, count 1 and 2. With 2 away in the top of the 4th inning. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see Hull try to waste a couple pitches. That one upstairs called strike. That's swinging strike 3. Turbo goes down on strikes to end the top of the 4th inning. The Ducks ran 1 at third at the end of 3 1/2. It's the Blue Crabs 2 and the Ducks 3 on the Blue Crabs Broadcast Network, brought to you by Hometown Real Estate. Well, we apologize for the issues with our camera at the very end of the inning there. We should have that all back up and running as the first pitch to David Harris is a strike. And the count 0-1. Or I beg your pardon, missed low and away. 3-2 Ducks over the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the fourth. 1-0 pitch is a called strike. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. One, a looping curveball from Harkin misses upstairs, and the count 2 balls and a strike on the righty. David Harris. One-two breaking ball. Ooh, looked pretty good, but maybe a little bit upstairs. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Base paths are empty as Harris leads things off. 3-2 is a called strike on the outer half. Or 3-1, and the count 3-2 now. Base paths are empty. 3-2, swinging a line drive foul, first base side out of play. Harris digs back in. Well, we mentioned this back in the third inning. We're going to get to this after this at bat. Or the fourth inning, about our trivia question. This one, swinging a ground ball through the right side, a base hit. David Harris aboard with a single the other way, and when you're hitting like David Harris is, everything goes your way. And a seeing eye base hit just past the outstretched reach of Vladimir Frias. So another single for Harris. His hit streak very clearly extended to 14 games at this point. He has 2 hits today, 2 of the team's 3 hits. And David Harris's batting average up over 340 as the first pitch. It's a called strike on Alex Crosby in the count 0-1, exactly 344. His batting average was nearly 100 points lower 15 games ago. This one, swinging a ground ball to short, should be 2. Marrero steps on the bag, throw to first is in time. There was quite a bit of contact there at second base. And Stan Clyburn's jogging out to have a chat with Bill Worthington. And David Harris is talking to Vladimir Frias. I'm not sure they actually got him out at second. Harris is standing on second base. Let's take one more look. Oh, it was a very close play. I think he slid in front of the tag. Upon a look on replay, and David Harris and Vladimir Frias, friendly, they're joking with each other, but Harris was coming in quickly on second base, and I think he was actually safe upon looking at replay. As we take one more look on the replay through our YouTube stream as well, as this one is swung on and popped up third base side out of play. And instead of having a runner on second base with 1 out, base paths are empty and there are 2 away here in the bottom of the fourth. 0-1 pitch, called strike, count 0-2. Ducks 3, Blue Crabs 2. From a hot and humid Reagan Waldorf. The 0-2 runs in, count 1-2. Blue Crabs scored 2 in the second. They responded from a run it was the Ducks who scored 2 in the first and 1 in the second, and the Blue Crabs who responded in the bottom of the second with 2 of their own. As the 1-2 is fouled off, first base dugout. Infield and outfield are straight away with 2 outs on Collier. The 1-2 is cut on and fouled off third base side, and somebody made a nice catch in their hat. Or no, the kid had a glove on him. Made the catch a little bit easier. That's why you bring a glove to the game. There's got to be an age limit, though, to the glove. Going back to our trivia question. Question was, what is the hottest game in MLB history? What was the temperature and what was the game? 1-2 pitch, swinging a line drive, left field, base hit. Zach Collier aboard with 2 outs. I'm not sure if Fernando Perez knew already or if he's finding it out. He says he wants to say 116. He says Jays and Rangers. He corrects himself to 108 from 116. Now, Fernando Perez, I can't tell if you're right or not because the answer comes in the top of the 5th. But do you know what year that game took place in? And he is right. I'm going to give you one part of it. It was the Jays and the Rangers. I just combined Rangers and Jays there and found a whole new team. It's the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch to Lee, swinging a line drive into left again. Collier goes station to station. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Well, now that play earlier in the inning becomes all that much more important. Well, if David Harris was safe at second base and there's a single from Collier and a single from Lee, he definitely would have come around and scored to tie the game. Instead, he's called out at second by Bill Worthington. First pitch, breaking ball, comes inside on Ryan Haug, and the count 1 ball and no strikes on the righty. We're happy you've decided to join us on a Saturday evening. Collier from second, Lee from first, 3-2 Ducks in the bottom of the 4th. Blue Crabs scored their 2 runs back in the bottom of the 2nd. 1-0, called strike on Lee. Those 2 runs in the 2nd were a response from a run from the Ducks in the top of the 2nd and 2 from the Ducks in the top of the 1st. Collier singled, and Lee singled as well. 3 hits in the inning. They've been paired with a double play ball, though, as the 1-1 pitch is away, and the count 2 balls and a strike now on Haug. Blue Crabs have 5 hits through 3 2/3 innings. 2-1 offering. Swinging a line drive right at the shortstop, Devin Marrero. And that ends the inning. That ball's hit nearly anywhere else. It's a base hit, and the Blue Crabs are going to score a run, but it's right at Marrero. That ends the 4th inning. We're going to have the answer to our trivia question when we come back here from the Reg in Waldorf. It's the Ducks 3 and the Blue Crabs 2 at the end of 4. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. We're going to keep you right here, though, as the amazing Tyler is going to perform some more balancing acts. Well, we hope you enjoyed the show from the amazing Tyler moments ago. He balanced countless things there on his chin and his nose, and we've got more to come. We also have a trivia question to get to. So we'll try to get you the answer here. Otherwise, we'll give you a few more clues. Top of the 5th inning, first pitch swinging. As this one's going to get in the seats off the bat of Dustin Woodcock, who bats second in this Ducks order. 2, 3, and 4 to come. Woodcock followed by Mazzilli and Romero in a 3-2 ball game with the Ducks in front. Ducks scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second. The Blue Crabs picked up 2 in the bottom of the second, nearly scored another in the fourth. As the 0-1 pitch is low, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Still no action yet in that Blue Crabs bullpen. Hull has thrown 81 pitches. I think the idea from Southern Maryland here is see if you can get Hull through 5 and then figure out the rest later. 1-1, swinging a line drive, deep right field. It's Braxton Lee back onto the warning track where he makes the catch in front of the wall over the shoulder. A really nice catch by Braxton Lee as he defends very effectively. When you talk about players with MLB experience, Braxton Lee is one of them. And Lee's a good hitter. He proved that last year in the Atlantic League where he hit .385. And when he was in AAA, hit right around .250. But his defensive play is where he really shines. He's got an MLB quality arm, an MLB quality glove. As the first pitch is cut on and popped up behind home plate. Count 0-1 on L.J. Mazzilli. Base paths are empty with 1 out. Count 0-1 on Mazzilli. He's 0 for 2. He did score a run on his fielder's choice back in the first. Pitch bounced in front of home plate, nearly came in and hit Mazzilli. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty. Top of the 5th inning. See if we have any additional responses to our trivia question. One called strike. Count 1 and 2. Fernando Perez says 1988. He's got to know this. There's no way that he's guessing here. 1988. You know what? I think we're just going to give you our answer because Fernando Perez is right on the money. And I'm going to trust he knew this one. Didn't look it up. 1-2 pitch, swinging a high fly ball, deep left center field. Sends Sundberg back to the track, to the wall. It's well out of here. A solo home run off the bat of L.J. Mazzilli. And it's a 4-2 Ducks lead. L.J. Mazzilli blasted that ball onto the mini monster. Midway onto the picnic deck. And it is a 4-2 lead for the Long Island Ducks. For L.J. Mazzilli, that is just his 2nd home run of the season. Came into this game batting under 200. Of course, he is the son of MLB great Lee Mazzilli, who played in the big leagues throughout the 80s. And the first pitch, called strike on Davidson Romero. Denson Hull has had a bit of a tougher outing today. Return to earth, if you will. As his ERA still a dazzling 1.47. 0-1, that comes inside. Count 1-1. And today a mix of control to an extent, he had some control issues. He's really found his control, especially later in this contest. 56 strikes, 32 balls. Count 1-1 on Romero. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high pop up behind home plate. Gets out of play. He's gone 4 1/3 innings, allowed 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, and allowed a home run. On the other side, Harkin, the same 4 runs on 5 hits. He's just walked 1, though, and surrendered 2 runs. One-two pitch. Low and in on Romero. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes, and there is some action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. You'd have to think today you're probably going to see Baker, who hasn't gone in 2 days, Wells, who hasn't gone in 3 days, and then Brasinho and Latos, who have also not gone in the last 3 days. 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Romero goes down looking. He can't believe it. He looks back at home plate umpire Brian Fisher in disbelief. He won't even get his bat. He is stunned with the call. That clipped the inside corner. And is the 3rd strikeout for Denson Hull this evening. Base path's empty and 2 outs. Sam Travis comes to the plate. First pitch, swinging a foul ball, first base side, count 0-1. Gene McGuire says, ride the bike. Not entirely sure what she's referring to. One of our loyal commenters. You have a lot of very loyal commenters. Fernando Perez, always active on our chat here. We always appreciate that. 0-1 pitch, low and in. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Sam Travis. As you mentioned earlier, we have the answer to our trivia question, which was the hottest game in Major League Baseball history was 108 degrees, played between the Blue Jays and Rangers in 1988. Fernando Perez answered all of that correctly. Here's the pitch, called strike 2. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sam Travis. Blue Crabs now trail by 2, 4-2, following the solo shot off the bat of Lee Mazzilli, who went deep to left center field. Hull set from the waist. Here's the 1-2. Low and in, that's ball 2. Well, Denson Hull hasn't had his best stuff tonight. With that said, he's worked through it. And just 1 strike away from getting through 5 innings. "96 pitches from the left-hander tonight. Here's the 2-2 offering. Swinging a line drive, shallow center field. It's Zach Collier who comes in and makes a catch chest high for the final out. Well, Denson Hull gets through the 5th inning. He does allow a solo shot to L.J. Mazzilli, but otherwise gets through unscathed. It's 4-2 Ducks. We're finished with 4.5 here from the Reg in Waldorf. Blue Crabs coming to bat when we come back.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
Bottom of the fifth inning, first pitch to Michael Baca, a called strike, and the count no balls and one strike in the bottom of the fifth inning. Ducks 4, Blue Crabs 2. We're happy to have you with us on a muggy evening in late May. 0-1 pitch, misses a little bit inside in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike in the bottom of the fifth inning. 9-1-2 to the plate. Pitch, swinging a line drive, lazily hit to left center field. And L.J. Mazzilli is there with plenty of room and time to make the catch. Back to the top of the order is Jack Sundberg who steps in. The lefty had a pair of hits yesterday, was 2 for 4, including a bunt single to the third base side. But in today's contest, he's 0 for 2. He struck out and flied to center. And Sundberg's got a lot of speed. Infield ground balls can be trouble for the defense. A looping breaking ball in there for a called strike on the outside corner. Oh, 1 pitch, swinging a ground ball through the right side, a base hit. For the first time today, Jack Sundberg is on. There's a runner on first base with 1 out in the bottom of the fifth.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 27, Raul Shaw.
Runner on first base, 1 out. And it brings Raul Shaw to the plate. Raul Shaw comes into this one with a 320 or 310 batting average. Started the game at 325 and has a 4-game hit streak. In his last series, he was 5 for 12. Wearing the blue bat. This is a swing and a ground ball through the right side. Jack Sundberg had to jump to get out of the way of it. It was going to come and hit him on the leg. But the Blue Crabs have back-to-back hits on back-to-back pitches. And there are runners on first and second with 1 out in the bottom of the fifth inning. The Ducks still lead this one 4-2, but the Blue Crabs are threatening in the bottom of the fifth. 2 on and 1 out for the heart of the Blue Crabs order. It's Jared Walker who bats third. He's followed by David Harris, who's in the midst of a 14-game hit streak and has a pair of hits today. Scott Harkin has only thrown 68 pitches here, but he's now allowed 7 hits. They're just 4 1/3 innings First pitch to Walker, breaking ball at the knees for a called strike. Harkin today has topped out at 91 miles an hour. With his four-seam fastball, has mixed in a breaking ball. Curveball that's been in the 60s. 0-1 pitch, a little bit away in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. And if you can have that big difference between the fastball and the breaking ball with regard to velocity, can go a long ways with keeping batters off balance. 1-1 pitch, big wave and a miss, and a pitch low and out of the zone. And the count 1-2. If you're looking for a player who's been unlucky recently, that's Jared Walker. Yesterday's game, he easily could have had a couple of hits, but didn't. Had a fly ball 390 feet to center field. Just things aren't dropping for him right now, but would love a hit here. 2 on, 1 out. Bottom of the 5th, 4-2 Ducks. L.J. Mazzilli added to the 3-2 Ducks lead with a solo shot back in the top of the 5th. Sundberg from second, Shaw from first. Harkin set. The 1-2. Breaking ball swinging a foul tip back behind home plate. Walker only needed a piece of it, and he got it. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Harkin set. Blue Crabs fans clapping here. Here's the 1-2. It's upstairs. Count 2-2. Scott Harkin on the season has a 6.23 ERA. His longest start, he went 7 innings against High Point last time out, allowing 3 earned runs. 2-2 to Walker, swinging a high pop-up foul behind home plate, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Harkin is not a strikeout pitcher. For the most part, he pitches the contact, and for him, that can be a bit of an issue because teams hit pretty well off of him. Blue Crabs have 7 hits. Harkin's only recorded 11 outs. Two-two pitch, swinging a ground ball to second. This could be 2 on to second for 1. Back on to first. It's a double play. 3-6-1. Double play to end the bottom of the 5th inning. The Blue Crabs threatened. They had a pair of hits, but Walker grounds into a double play to end the 5th. We're finished with 5 innings of play from Regency Furniture Stadium. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. It's 4-2 Ducks.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
Top of the 6th inning from Regency Furniture Stadium. 4-2 Ducks. New pitcher on the mound for the Blue Crabs is Patrick Baker. And through 9 1/3 innings, used a little bit of luck and some strong pitching. Has not allowed a run yet. This one swung on, hit high in the air. Center field deep. It sends Collier back in front of the warning track where he makes a two-handed catch, hat high, for the first out. Doesn't get much better than that. One pitch and one out to start the top of the 6th inning. So after Alejandro De Aza flies out, that brings up Joe DiCarlo. First pitch swinging behind home plate in the count 0-1, and the crowd is very excited. I'd imagine it has something to do with the amazing Tyler, who is a balancing act professional on today's game. He's been balancing all sorts of brooms and other crazy things on his chin and on his foot. It's really something to see. We keep it here live during the commercial breaks today for Tyler's act as the 0-1 pitch is up and away. In the count, 1-1 strike from Baker. Back to Baker. He's gone 9 1/3 innings. Hasn't allowed a run, but he has allowed 13 base runners in that time frame. 5 hits and 8 walks. 1-1 pitch. Hard fastball called strike in the count 1-2. The last 3 innings, though, from Baker have been a little bit different. Allowed 4 hits in that time frame, and he's only walked 1. 1-2 pitch, swinging a ground ball toward the middle. Nicely fielded by Baca on the forehand, throws across the diamond, and he beats DiCarlo by a couple of steps for the second out. 2 up and 2 down from Patrick Baker. Exactly what the bullpen was looking for today. And I'd imagine if the Blue Crabs can get some runs back, you'll probably see Baker followed by Wells. And then if Briseño and Latos can go 8 and 9 because the Blue Crabs have come back, would provide a different situation. But otherwise, you might go back to Geeky again and possibly someone like Merrithew. Pitch, that's a little bit outside in the count 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes on the lefty. One-0, swinging a one-hopper back to the mound. Doesn't get much easier than that for Patrick Baker, who flips to first for the final out of the top of the 6th inning. It took him just 7 pitches to retire the Ducks in order. We're finished with 5.5. It's the Ducks 4 and the Blue Crabs 2 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles, they'll have you safe at home.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, 4-2 Ducks. First batter is David Harris, who looks at a first pitch curveball for ball one. Well, the Ducks go back to their starting pitcher here in the 6th inning, Scott Harkin, who's only thrown 75 pitches. 1-0 pitch. That one is a little bit upstairs again. The count, 2 balls and no strikes on the righty Harris. 2-0, swung on, foul back. Count 2 balls and a strike. Bottom of the 6th inning from Regency Furniture Stadium, the Blue Crabs trailing by 2. Pitch, that's upstairs. Count 3 balls and a strike. Blue Crabs scored 2 runs in the 2nd inning. That's all they've got. 3-1 pitch, swinging a 3-hopper over to short. Marrero's got it. He throws to first. It's in time for the first down. Marrero and Romero, the two of them, easy to get your tongue twisted on the left side of the Ducks infield. Davidson Marrero at, there I just did it. Davidson Romero at third. Devin Marrero at short. The first 2 letters of their first names are the same, and their last names are virtually the same with the first 2 letters flipped. Or first 3 letters, I guess. Romero, Marrero. This one swung on, lifted high in the air, deep left field. L.J. Mazzilli misplayed it initially and leaps and makes a terrific catch in front of the wall for the second out. Very well hit off the bat of Alex Crosby. But quickly 2 up and 2 down. Here comes Zach Collier looking to start a 2-out rally, similar to the one he started back in the 4th. Where he had a single, followed it up with a Braxton Lee single. And Braxton Lee, who started the season 1 for 19, hitting all the way up at 276 now, has a pair of hits today. First pitch, breaking ball, called strike on the outer half. And the count 0-1. Called strike on the inner half, and the count 0-2. 2 away. In the bottom of the 6th inning, count no balls and 2 strikes on Collier. Scott Harkin looking to go 6 strong, having allowed only 2 runs. This one swung on, a roller over to first, taken by Sam Travis to the bag himself, and that will end the 6th inning. Doesn't get much easier than that for Scott Harkin. A very quick 1, 2, 3, 6th inning on just 8 pitches. We'll step aside when we come back. It's the top of the 7th inning. We're going to keep it right here, though, for the amazing Tyler at the end of the 6th inning here. So stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Well, we hope you enjoyed the show from the amazing Tyler today at the ballpark. It's Patrick Baker, the amazing Patrick Baker. Maybe he deserves that. Hasn't allowed a run through 10 1/3 innings. He's going back for his second inning of work through just 7 pitches in the first. First pitch swinging off the bat of Devin Marrero, the 9-hitter, as 9, 1, and 2 come to the plate for the Ducks. Marrero followed by Johnny Turbo and Dustin Woodcock. No action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. This is Patrick Baker's inning. 0-1, swinging a ground ball over to third. Crosby gobbles it up and tosses across the diamond. In time for the out. It did pull the first baseman Jared Walker slightly off the bag. But there is one away. Here comes Johnny Turbo. 4 outs on just 9 pitches for Patrick Baker. He throws hard, too. There's no question. He's thrown as high as 97 miles an hour today. First pitch, or the 0-1, swinging a line drive right into right field, but Braxton Lee is there, and there are 2 away. 4 pitches and 2 outs. I beg your pardon, that was the first pitch to Johnny Turbo. I thought there was the first 0-1 pitch that was still up there. It was the first pitch to Turbo. So 3 pitches and 2 outs here in the top of the 7th from Baker. Normally a strikeout guy, but Baker will take the outs any way they can come, I'm sure. First pitch is low in the dirt, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Patrick Baker on the year has struck out 16 batters in 9 1/3 coming in. That's now 11 innings of work. He hasn't even had 2 strikes on a guy today. As the 1-0 pitch, a called strike, count 1-1. And the reason is that these guys have just been hitting the ball, but right at fielders. 1-1 pitch. That's a called strike. So there we have it. And I said he hadn't gotten to 2 strikes in a count yet. And now he is ahead in the count 1-2 on Dustin Woodcock. A pair of fiery fastballs. Last one coming in at 96. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a pop-up foul behind home plate. And something that Baker has done effectively is mix up his pitches. He goes with a fastball at 96 and his slider is 83. So there's about a 13-mile-an-hour difference there between 2 effective pitches with speed. 1-2, check swing. They motion down to the third base umpire, Bill the Skill Worthington, who says he held up. Your umpiring crew today, it's Brian Fisher behind the plate, Levante Palmer at first, and Bill Worthington. That's Bill the Skill Worthington over at third base. 4-2 Ducks to the top of the 7th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs on Dustin Woodcock. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Baker goes upstairs. And Woodcock swings through it. A pair of 1, 2, 3 innings from Patrick Baker. We're done with 6.5. It's time to stretch in Waldorf. It's 4-2 Ducks. Bottom of the 7th inning, first pitch to the leadoff hitter in the 7th. Braxton Lee is a little up and away for ball 1. Lee is 2 for 2. Scott Harkin back on the mound for his 7th inning of work. 1-0, that's a called strike in the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Patrick Baker went 2 terrific innings. 1-1, fouled off behind home plate. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on the lefty Braxton Lee. And Baker's given the Blue Crabs a chance here in the bottom of the 7th. They're going to need some run support, but Scott Harkin's done a terrific job as the 1-2 is cut on and fouled back to the netting once more, and the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. The Blue Crabs are going to need a late game comeback here in the final 3 innings as they still trail by 2. 1-2 up and away, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Scott Harkin had a deadly combination of a 4-seam fastball at 97 mixed with a curveball and a slider in the low to mid-80s. 2-2 pitch, that's low, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Base paths are empty as Lee leads things off. 3-2, swinging a high fly ball, deep center field, sends Deaza back. He's in front of the warning track, in front of that Bud Light sign, where he makes the catch for the first out. So there is 1 away in the bottom of the 7th inning. And that brings up Ryan Haug. Haug, the 8-hitter today. He's been held without a hit. First pitch came up and in and hit him again. It's the 3rd time Ryan Haug has been hit by a pitch in the last 2 games alone. It's something else, to say the least. It really is. Well, there's a runner on first base now for the Blue Crabs. Probably not the way Haug envisioned getting on. Either way, there is a runner on first. And there's only 1 out. It's Michael Baca who will step in. Braxton Lee flied out to deep center. Oh, this might be it. Wally Backman might have said that Scott Harkin's done enough tonight. 92 pitches. There's a runner on first base with 1 out. The Ducks ahead 4-2. You have to wonder whether Wally Backman is going to make the move here or not. A long conversation with Harkin. Has to have some trust in his starting pitcher, who's gone 6 1/3 innings so far. And he's kept the hits down. He's going to leave him in the game. Wally Backman came out there for a minute or so and talked with Scott Harkin for a while to make sure that he's ready to go against 9-1 in this Blue Crabs order. Runner on first base, 1 out. Wouldn't be all that surprised to see Ryan Haug try to go and steal second base. Breaking ball, called strike on Michael Baca as Harkin works backwards in the counts. Haug reached on a hit by pitch, 0-1. Snap throw down to first as the pitch was low and away. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty. 4-2 Ducks. Go back over this game. 2 runs for the Ducks in the first, 1 in the second. Blue Crabs responded with 2 in the bottom of the second. It was 3-2 Ducks until the top of the 5th. Breaking ball upstairs. Count 2-1. The Ducks extended their lead in the top of the 5th with a 2-run shot off the bat of L.J. Mazzilli. Some double barrel action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. 2-1 pitch, swinging a liner right back to Harkin. He gloves it and tosses to first to double off Ryan Haug, who was midway in that base path. Nothing he could do about that one. Harkin robs a base hit. He also doubles off Haug to end the bottom of the 7th inning. It will likely put a cap on a terrific evening from Scott Harkin. Well, we're finished with 7. It's the Ducks 4. It's the Blue Crabs 2. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Well, we hope you enjoyed what was a truly amazing performance from Tyler, the on-field entertainment tonight, as we kept you live here through the break in between innings after the 7th, as he balanced a ladder on his chin, something I've never seen before. It's Nick Wells, the new pitcher in the top of the 8th, 4-2 Ducks, as the first pitch is up and away for ball 1 on L.J. Mazzilli. Nick Wells has thrown 10 2/3 innings so far, allowed just 3 earned runs. 1-0 is away, count 2-0. Wells was terrific to start the season. Over his first 5 innings of action, he allowed just 2 base runners, 1 hit and 1 walk. The last 5 2/3 have been a little tougher for him. 2-0, a swing and a chopper over to short. Tough play for Baca. He throws across the diamond for the out. He had his momentum taking him to third. It was going to be a tough play on a high chopper, and he managed to get it there in time to beat Mazzilli by a couple of steps. And there's 1 away in the top of the 8th. Well, when Stan Clyburn goes to this Blue Crabs bullpen, this is what he's come to expect. It's been that good. 2 innings of work from Patrick Baker, 6 up and 6 down. And Nick Wells has the first out here in the top of the 8th. First pitch swinging, chopper over toward the Blue Crabs dugout, and the count 0-1. And it's not necessarily the velocity that sets this group apart. It's the consistency. And with one exception for Nick Wells, it was a game in the series against the Wild Health Genomes on the road as the 0-1 runs a little bit in on Davidson Romero, the right-handed hitter. He's been outstanding. Allowed 3 runs in that appearance. This is a swing and a line drive over to third. Third baseman Crosby didn't field it cleanly, threw a wild throw to first, but Romero decided not to run the ball out, so he's out. He carried the bat all the way to first base. If he ran that out off the swing, it was a bad throw from Crosby. Also didn't catch the ball. And he probably would have beaten it out. But instead he walked most of the way and held the bat in his hand the entire time. Well, they're 2 away now. A 6-3 put out and a 5-3 put out. And the first pitch to Sam Travis. A little low and away for ball 1. 4-2 Ducks. Hasn't been any scoring since the top of the 5th, and here we are on the top of the 8th. 1-0. That's a little low and in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. With 2 away in the top of the 8th. So the Ducks scored 2 in the first. They added 1 more in the top of the second to lead 3-0. The Blue Crabs got 2 back in the bottom of the second. 2-0 pitch, swinging a 2-hopper over to short. Baca double clutches. He throws the first for the final out. Well, the Ducks added 1 more run in the 5th. That's how we got here. It's 4-2 Ducks. Another 1-2-3 inning from this Blue Crabs bullpen. They've gone 3 shutout perfect innings. But it's still the Blue Crabs bats that need to do some work. As we go to the bottom of the 8th, it's 4-2 Ducks. Bottom of the 8th inning. A couple of new players into the game as the first pitch is a called strike. The new pitcher is Tyler Webb, the big left-hander, has a 3.68 ERA. 0-1 comes in and hits Matt Hibbert, who I was about to mention as the pinch hitter in for Jack Sundberg. Well, Hibbert, the leadoff guy on here in the bottom of the 8th. And here comes Raul Shah, who represents the tying run for Southern Maryland. Well, the catcher, DiCarlo, having a conversation with the new pitcher, Tyler Webb. Well, Tyler Webb has been rather consistent for the Ducks this season. In his last 3 appearances, he's pitched a total of 3 innings, allowed 3 hits, 1 walk, and 1 run. He's got generally good control. His last time out, he pitched 9 strikes on 15 pitches. And a 1-2-3 inning. He's not going to have a 1-2-3 here unless he earns a double play ball. Looks like the umpires have gotten together here. I'm not exactly sure what the delay's about. I'm not sure they could be checking. I believe it's the home plate umpire, Brian Fisher, who may have hurt his hand. So he's stretching it back and forth. And the Ducks training staff is attending to him. Got to momentarily have a pause here in the action. The Blue Crabs still trailing 4-2. Runner on first base, that's Matt Hibbert. Following the hit by pitch. We hope everybody's having a terrific Saturday night, and the Reagan Waldorf rather packed tonight. A good showing on the picnic deck as well on top of the Mini Monster. And the crowd over both the Blue Crabs and the Ducks dugouts. Rather sizable. Tyler Webb's going to get some warm-up pitches in as the umpires wait for the home plate umpire, Bill Fisher, to be ready. Have to see how long this is going to hold up for. I'd imagine there's a chance, if this is going to be an issue, that one of the 2 other umpires, either Bill the Skill Worthington or Levante Palmer, could take over behind home plate. Of course, we just hope that Brian Fisher, the home plate umpire, is all right. Fisher won't be here tomorrow. Jim Clayton will be here as the third base umpire in tomorrow's contest. Palmer behind the plate. The Ducks training staff still attending to the home plate umpire. That's Brian Fisher as Matt Hibbert waits behind the bag. We're going to take a quick break here as you wait for the umpires to sort everything out. It's Matt Hibbert on first base with nobody out. We know that much. It's still 4-2 Ducks when we come back. And we are back now in the bottom of the 8th inning, and Stan Clyburn is very upset with the home plate umpire, Brian Fisher. He may have been thrown out of the ball game. And he was talking to either Raul Shah or some of his other teammates, but Stan Clyburn was not happy with the home plate umpire, Brian Fisher. Believe he remains in this ball game. And he was saying to the home plate umpire, Brian Fisher, to leave his guys alone, as Raul Shah will step in. Runner on first base. Nobody out. It's Matt Hibbert, I should say. Brian Fisher behind home plate. It's Matt Hibbert at first base. First pitch from Tyler Webb is swung on and missed from Raul Shah. Shah is 1 for 3 in today's game. Singled in the fifth, struck out in the third, and popped out back in the first. 5-game hit streak, though. This one swung on, hit high in the air. First base side's going to get into the seats and out of play over toward the kids' park. No balls and 2 strikes. It is 4-2 Ducks in the bottom of the 8th inning. No balls and 2 strikes on the righty Matt Hibbert. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Raul Shah goes down swinging. And after hitting Matt Hibbert to start things off, Tyler Webb strikes out Raul Shah. Here comes Jared Walker, who's 0 for 3 today. And there's no question he has struggled recently. Gotten a little bit unlucky as well. You have to wonder if might be any thought on moving Hibbert to second or having him steal second base. First pitch is a called strike. Lefty-lefty matchup. Well, Scott Harkin was terrific. 7 innings. Allowed just 2 earned runs. 0-1 pitch, swinging a foul ball back to the netting behind home plate. Count 0-2. 4-2 Ducks. They scored 2 in the first, 1 more in the second, led it 3-0. The Blue Crabs got 2 back in the bottom of the second. It was the top of the 5th when the Ducks added another run to go up 4-2. Hibbert from first base with 1 out. 0-2 pitch. Check swing. He held up. And the count 1-2. No question as far as Jared Walker's power. He hit 5 home runs in the month of April. But he's had some more trouble going deep here in May. He could use a home run here, but the 1-2 is swung on and missed. And Walker goes down swinging. Well, there are 2 away now in the bottom of the 8th inning. A pair of strikeouts. As David Harris comes to the plate, and this is why I thought maybe Hibbert would have taken off for second base. Hibbert doesn't run particularly well, but he can cover some ground in the outfield, and we've seen him go. Last year he was 6 for 7 in stolen bases. You know, he does run relatively well. He was 4 for 4 so far in stolen bases this year. First pitch up and in on Harris. He must not have any intention of going. 1-0, big wave and a miss, count 1-1. And if he's 10 for 11 in the last 2 years, in the bottom of the 8th inning, you're down by 2 runs. Would certainly make sense. 1-1 pitch, swinging a line drive, deep right center field. A diving play is going to get by Diaz out in right center. They wave Hibbert around. Hibbert scores all the way from first. It's an RBI double from David Harris, and the Blue Crabs are back within 1. David Harris on an absolute tear right now. A 14-game hitting streak. He was 4 for 5 yesterday, drove in 5 runs. He's 3 for 4 today, and he just drove in. Matt Hibbert all the way from first. And the Blue Crabs now trail in this game 4-3. They've gotten to Tyler Webb. The question now, can Alex Crosby drive in David Harris? First pitch, that's low, ball 1 on Crosby. David Harris, a single in the second. He scored a run, singled in the fourth, and an RBI double here in the eighth. 1 run in already. It was Matt Hibbert who was hit by a pitch and came home to score on the RBI double from Harris. The 1-0. Big cut and a miss from Alex Crosby. Crosby's not someone who's going to blow you away with his power, but he's a very good contact hitter. Comes in hitting .323, and the Blue Crabs just need some solid contact right here. This one swung on, lifted into left field, a base hit. They're going to send Harris from third. The throw to the plate is not in time. It's an RBI single. Alex Crosby evens the score in the eighth. Well, you want a 2-out rally. That's a 2-out rally. With the runner on first and 2 outs, Harris goes the other way for an RBI double. And Crosby pokes one into left field and scores Harris from second. The Blue Crabs are even with the Ducks at 4 here in the eighth. And the Blue Crabs aren't done yet. Crosby's still on first base. Collier comes to the plate. It's been that kind of way for the Blue Crabs this year. They're 21-4 coming into this one. 9.5 up on Long Island. First pitch swinging from Collier. It's up the middle for a base hit. Crosby goes station to station. The Blue Crabs with runners on first and second and 2 outs as Endris Brasenia warms up in the Blue Crabs pen. And the catcher, Joe DiCarlo, comes to the mound to have a chat with Tyler Webb. He's going to get credited with a blown save here. Wasn't a save opportunity for him in the 8th inning, but that is the official ruling. If you give up a lead when you come in as a reliever in the 8th inning or the 9th inning, you are credited with a blown save. And that's the situation here. 2 runs in the 8th for the Blue Crabs with 2 outs. Braxton Lee to the plate. First pitch called strike. And the count 0-1. Blue Crabs trailed 4-2. No longer, it's a 4-4 game. Crosby from second, Collier from first. This one swung on and line into right center, a base hit. Crosby scores all the way from second. They're going to send Collier. The throw to the plate, not in time. A 2 RBI triple from Braxton Lee. And the Blue Crabs, with a 4-run 8th, have taken a 6-4 lead. The Blue Crabs dugout is up to greet Collier and Crosby, who scored on the 2 RBI triple from Braxton Lee. I mentioned a 2-out rally a few batters ago. This is about as strong of a 2-out rally as you're going to get. Let's run back through it. It's a 6-4 Blue Crabs lead. There were 2 outs and a runner on first, and David Harris shot one into right center for an RBI double. It scored Matt Hibbert from first. Made it a 4-3 game. The next batter, Alex Crosby, poked one into left. That scored Harris from second. First pitch a called strike on Ryan Haug. Tying the game at 4. Then Zach Collier singled after Crosby did, would put runners on first and second. 0-1's inside, count 1-1. And Braxton Lee just launched a 2 RBI triple to the wall in right center to give the Blue Crabs a 6-4 lead. For Braxton Lee, it's a 3-hit evening. RBI single in the second, a single in the fourth, and an all-important 2 RBI triple in the eighth. This one is swung on and grounded over to third. Romero tosses across the diamond. It's in time to beat Haug by a couple of steps, but the Blue Crabs have fought back in the eighth. They put up a 4 spot and lead this one 6-4. Well, step aside here after 8 innings. The Blue Crabs now lead this one. We go to the top of the ninth when we come back. Top of the ninth inning, Matt Latos enters the game. The first pitch came up and in for ball one on Alejandro De Aza, who nearly made a diving play out in center field that would have kept the Ducks ahead by 2. Instead, it's a 2-run lead for the Blue Crabs. 6-4 in the ninth. 1-0 from Latos. That came inside on De Aza as well. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Well, the Blue Crabs didn't go with their traditional setup man today. Andres Briseño didn't enter the game because the Blue Crabs were down by 2 in the 8th. He was warming up between the 8th and the 9th. But they end up going with Latos, the closer, as the Blue Crabs are up by 2. The 2-0 pitch, a called strike. Count 2-1 now on the lefty Alejandro De Aza. A sizable crowd remains on hand here at the Reg in Waldorf in the 9th inning. A 4-run comeback in the 8th. The Blue Crabs ahead by 2. The pitch, swinging a high fly ball, foul. First base side going to get out of play, and the count 2-2. Well, Matt Latos enters this game with a 2.25 ERA. The Blue Crabs bullpen has been dominant up until this point. 2-2 pitch from Latos. Bounces in front of home plate, and the count 3-2. De Aza leads things off in the top of the ninth. The Blue Crabs still with the 2-run edge over the Ducks. For the Blue Crabs, 2 innings from Baker, 1 inning from Wells to get them to this point. 3-2 pitch, swung on and chopped foul first base side. Well, let's run back through this game. It was 3-2 Ducks going into the 5th. Solo homer from Lee Mazzilli, or LJ Mazzilli. Lee Mazzilli is his father. Here's the 3-2. Swinging a ground ball toward first. It's under the glove of Jared Walker and into right field for a base hit. Tried to field that one on the backhand. Probably should have had it, but it's a hit for the Ducks, and that brings in the tying run. It's Joe DiCarlo. It's going to go down as a single, I'm sure, though. Not an easy play by any means for Walker, but one that I'm sure that he looks back on and thinks he probably should have had. So De Aza, who hits just 167 on the season, gets a base hit. And it brings up Joe DiCarlo, who hits 338. Well, Atos not making it easy on himself. First pitch to DiCarlo. Cut on, high pop-up, shallow right field, toward the line. It's going to bend out of play toward the Kids Park once again, and the count, no balls and a strike on the right-handed hitting catcher, Joe DiCarlo. Well, I was just running through that game before the base hit from Alejandro De Aza. It was 3-2 Ducks when LJ Mazzilli went deep to left to give the Ducks a 4-2 lead. But in the bottom of the 8th inning, 4 runs on a major 2-out rally as the Blue Crabs come back to take a 6-4 lead. 0-1. Low into the dirt, it's going to get by the catcher, Ryan Haug, which allows Alejandro De Aza to advance to second base. And again, De Aza is only important insofar as he scores before the tying run could score. So the last thing De Aza wants to do at second base is run himself into an out. So he's going to play this pretty conservatively, I'm sure, unless it's a surefire go. Count, a ball and a strike. The other advantage for De Aza taking second is it takes the double play ball out of the picture. 6-4 Blue Crabs over the Ducks. 4 runs for Southern Maryland in the bottom of the 8th inning. An RBI double from David Harris, RBI single from Alex Crosby, and a 2 RBI triple from Braxton Lee. And Lee has seen his batting average climb all the way to 281 after a slow start. 1-1, close, misses, count, 2 balls and a strike. Well, it's all Latos here. He's the closer for the Blue Crabs. No action in the pen. Blue Crabs in a divisional matchup against the Long Island Ducks. The pitch, swinging a line drive, left center field, base hit. It could be more. 1 run scores. De Aza scores from second. They're going to send the runner DiCarlo to second. It's an RBI double, and the Ducks have cut the deficit to 6-5. A big RBI double from Joe DiCarlo, and all of a sudden the Ducks not only have something cooking, but they've got a run in the 9th. And have a runner in scoring position with nobody out. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see someone like Vladimir Frias, who's not hitting all that well at the plate, try to advance DiCarlo to third with 1 out, or fewer than 2 outs. Frias has had a big history in baseball. First pitch coming on and foul back. But at this point in the 9th inning, sometimes you got to take a sacrifice. Frias has played as high as AAA. 35 years old. He steps back in. Frias on the day. 1 for 2 with a double. He also walked. 0-1 pitch is low. Count a ball and a strike. On Frias. 1 ball and 1 strike on the lefty. After fouling off the first pitch, the second pitch in the dirt for a ball. Runner on second base, no outs. The 1-1, swinging a ground ball, first base side, fielded by Crosby. He flips to Latos for the out at first, but it advances the runner to third base. DeCarlo from third with 1 out. Well, Vladimir Frias, for all intents and purposes, gets the job done. Devin Marrero comes to the plate. The tying run 90 feet away. The Ducks looking to even the score. The go-ahead run at the plate. Latos 9 for 10 in save situations. Only blown save came against a fellow New York team in Staten Island. The Blue Crabs ended up winning that one in extras, though. 5-4. First pitch, Devin Marrero, low for ball 1. Count 1 ball and no strikes. It's 6-5. Blue Crabs came up big with 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th, but now are faced with another issue here in the top of the 9th. 1-0 pitch looked close. I'm not sure where that missed. Latos said something to Brian Fisher, the home plate umpire. Not exactly clear what that was. And I couldn't exactly tell you where that pitch missed. Looked pretty good from our angle up top. 2-0 delivery. That's away. Count 3-0. Matt Latos with 10 years of big league experience. Back in 2010, he was top 10 in the Cy Young Award voting. 3-0 pitch. A little bit up and away for ball 4, and Latos saying he thinks he should have gotten that call. Either way, it's ball 4, and there's a runner on first base with 1 out. He's not missing wildly. These are close misses, and some of them I think probably could have been strikes. Well, it brings up it brings up the leadoff hitter, Johnny Turbo, following the walk to Devin Marrero. And while the double play ball is theoretically in play, Johnny Turbo runs very well. Pitch to Turbo, cut on and popped up foul. So even a ground ball to second or short that should be a surefire double play ball might not be so easy. But after Devin Marrero walks on 4 pitches, Turbo fouled the first one off. Runners on the corners, 1 out. 6-5 Blue Crabs. Pitch, swinging a high fly ball, deep left center field, way back at the wall, and what a catch by Zach Collier. Tagging and scoring from third, DeCarlo, but he saves at least 1 run. That probably would have given the Ducks the lead, although the Ducks have tied things here in the top of the 9th, but an outstanding catch from Zach Collier to prevent runners on second and third. He tracked that down on the warning track, and this one now even at 6-6, but it's thanks only to Zach Collier that it's not a 7-6 game in favor of the Ducks. Well, there are 2 outs now in the top of the 9th. A pair of blown saves in this one. This one swung on line drive to right, but it's right at Braxton Lee, who makes the catch. As Matt Latos allows 2 in the top of the 9th, the Ducks have even the score at 6. The Blue Crabs coming to bat in the bottom of the 9th. Bottom of the 9th inning. Well, it's the bottom of the 9th inning from Regency Furniture Stadium as the Blue Crabs and the Ducks are even at 6. A couple of blown saves, one in the 8th, one in the 9th. As Michael Baca comes to the plate, first pitch upstairs for ball 1. The count 1 ball and no strikes on the 9-hitter. It's Sandy Baez who's entered the game. Baez with big league experience. He's the closer for the Ducks. First pitch swinging. High pop-up in the infield. Sam Travis, the first baseman, over toward the first base line, where he makes the catch for the first out. Well, Sandy Baez does his thing, which he has done all year long. This game may be earmarked for extras. Sandy Baez with a 1.04 ERA. On the year, he's now thrown 9 innings, his ERA exactly 1 following the out. And allowed just 1 earned run. First pitch upstairs for ball 1. The count 1 ball and no strikes. His lone run he allowed was against the Lancaster Barnstormers back on May 12th. He allowed 2 hits and a run. 1-0 pitch, breaking ball a little bit low and out of the zone. And the count 2 balls and no strikes on the righty Matt Hibbert. One away in the bottom of the 9th. We're even at 6 from the Reg and Waldorf. Sandy Baez, closer for the Ducks in a 6-6 ball game. Trying to force extras. Endres Brasenia warming up for the Blue Crabs. 2-0 pitch. Called strike of the knees. Count 2-1. Baez relying heavily on that breaking ball. Four-seam fastball in the low 90s, hit 92 in the pitch before the curveball. The curveball at 72. 2-1, called strike. At a pitch that was borderline at best. It was just off the inside corner, but call a strike in the count 2-2. Base path's empty with one away. A lot of action in the 8th and the 9th has gotten us here. The 2-2, swinging a ground ball over to third. Romero's got it. Throws across the diamond. It's in time to get the leadoff hitter in the lineup, Matt Hibbert. And there are two away. Brings up Raul Shah. The Johns Hopkins product, 1 for 4 today. A .318 hitter on the season. Wouldn't be stunned to see him get some good contact on the ball. He's been hitting the ball well recently, a 5-game hit streak. Swan cut on a high pop-up, shallow center field. And it's the shortstop, I should say, Devin Marrero out there to make the catch for the final out. Well, the Blue Crabs go down in order in the bottom of the 9th. We're even at 6. Andres Briseño comes in the top of the 10th. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Well, we go to extra innings for just the second time this season. First time was way back against Staten Island in very early May. It was the first home series of the year for the Blue Crabs. As there's a runner on second to start things off for the Ducks. The first pitch, a called strike. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on L.J. Mazzilli. 0-1. Breaking ball, called strike, count 0-2. Get you an idea for the velocity from Briseño. A little lower than normal. He can throw as high as 96. He's at 93 on that first pitch. Followed up with a breaking ball. Count, no balls and 2 strikes. Runner on second base. It's Dustin Woodcock. 0-2. Low in the dirt, a power curveball. Mazzilli doesn't bite in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 6-6. Top of the 10th. Now, I said the game was against Long Island. I beg your pardon. It was against Lancaster. The Blue Crabs won 6-5 back on April 5th, or May 5th, I should say. Runner on second, no outs. 1-2 breaking ball runs in. And the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Andres Briseño works with 3 pitches primarily. A fastball that runs 94 to 96. A breaking ball, a curveball, and then a slider. 2-2 up and in, count 3-2. One thing that Andres Briseño struggles with at all is his control, and he's walked a few batters this season. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch, swinging a high fly ball, right field shallow, sends the right fielder Braxton Lee in, and the runner on second base, Woodcock, is going to have to stay there. As Briseño gets the job done on that first out. A routine fly out to right. There's 1 away in the top of the 10th. After going with a power fastball up and in, he throws one up over the plate and induces a fly out. 95 on each of the last 2 fastballs. Throws a sinker as his brand of fastball. Well, here comes Davidson Romero. Cleanup hitter in the lineup. First pitch, fastball. Well, looked good. Might have been a little bit low. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. He does not get the nod from the home plate umpire, Brian Fisher. Count, a ball and no strikes. On the year, Andres Briseño. Get those numbers for you in a moment. 1-0 pitch, breaking ball, called strike. Has gone 12 innings, allowed 6 hits. He's hit a pair. He's walked 5. He's struck out 23 batters in 12 innings. Has to deal with the runner on second base to start things out here in the 10th. One. Swinging a line drive, shallow right. Hibbert comes in, goes down to a knee and makes the catch. Matt Hibbert with a strong play in left field after a solid line drive off the bat of Davidson Romero. And there are 2 away in the top of the 10th. Not that you don't have to worry as much about the runner at second, but at least you have the idea that you don't have to worry about the opportunity for the Ducks to score a run with an out. You can focus on the batter a little bit more. If you're Andres Briseño, don't have to worry about moving the runner over. This is a ground ball through the hole on the left side. They're going to send the runner. Hibbert comes up throwing. The throw to the plate is in time. Do they get him? He's out. Oh, what a throw from Hibbert. Matt Hibbert with a strike from left field to get the runner Dustin Woodcock at the plate. A terrific tag from Ryan Haug to add to it. And the Blue Crabs hold the Ducks off the board in the top of the 10th. Major play from Matt Hibbert. Threw a strike to the plate. And we're still tied at 6 as we go to the bottom of the 10th. Well, here comes Jared Walker in the bottom of the 10th. Blue Crabs pitching with the assistance of Matt Hibbert's arm. Kept the Ducks off the board in the top of the 10th. The awarded runner on second base thrown out at the plate by Matt Hibbert. It's Ian Yetzko who will run the bases for the Blue Crabs at second. First pitch to Walker, swinging a high fly ball, right field. Sends Dustin Woodcock in place. He makes the catch. Yetzko fakes, and he's going to stay at second base. He would have been out. A terrific throw from Dustin Woodcock, and there's one away in the bottom of the 10th inning. As the Ducks have gone back to Sandy Baez here in the 10th. Baez threw just 8 pitches in his first inning of work. And here comes David Harris. He started the whole rally back in the 8th. Has 3 hits today. First pitch swinging, high fly ball, deep center field. Back to the warning track. De Aza makes the catch. Tagging from second. Yetzko in at third. He's safe. Harris hit that ball right on the screws, but De Aza was there in center field and made a nice catch and a strong throw back into the infield. A relay throw with the shortstop Devin Marrero, and it nearly got Ian Yetzko at third. You can only do what you can do. Harris hit that ball right on the screws. 2 outs, bottom of the 10th inning, a runner on third base for Southern Maryland. Sandy Baez has done his job thus far. 5 up and 5 down. Here comes Alex Crosby. He's been intentionally walked. Well, more than anything else, it's a compliment to Crosby. Hit an RBI single that tied the game back in the 8th. And his run is ultimately completely unimportant. Wouldn't be stunned if Sandy Baez wanted to walk another, but the problem for them is that Braxton Lee's on deck, and Lee is 3 for 4 today with 3 RBIs. Got to pick your poison. First pitch to Collier. That's away for ball 1. I'm not sure Collier is a much easier option than Crosby, though. He's 2 for 3 today. 2 outs. Count 1 ball and no strikes with a runner on third in a 6-6 ball game in the bottom of the 10th. Runner goes. Called strike. And Alex Crosby takes second on defensive indifference. Now count 1 ball and 1 strike. Crosby is so completely unimportant to the Ducks. Does not matter if he steals second. 1-1 pitch. Wave and a miss at a breaking ball low and out of the zone. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. No action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. Looks like Briseño will head out for his second inning of work. Crosby from second. The all-important runner. Ian Yetzko on third. 6-6 in the bottom of the 10th. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Collier. Cut on and fouled off. Third base side out of play. The winning run 90 feet away for Southern Maryland. Ian Yetzko, the awarded runner for the Blue Crabs. At third base. Baez set, 1-2, swing and a miss, struck him out. Oh, what an impressive performance from Sandy Baez. He goes too strong. And in the bottom of the 10th inning, with the exception of an intentional walk, goes 6 up and 6 down in a pair of innings. And it is a 6-6 game as we enter the top of the 11th. We keep moving here at the Reg in Waldorf. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Well, we move into the 11th inning. We got to reset the scores all the way back in the first on our manual scoreboard out in left field. As the Ducks and the Blue Crabs are even at 6. Andres Briseño enters for his second inning of work. It's the first time this year he's gone multiple innings. And it looked like the Ducks had gotten themselves on the board in the top of the 10th. But a strong throw from Hibbert nailed the runner at the plate, Dustin Woodcock. First pitch swinging from Alejandro De Aza. It's cut on and fouled back on a fastball, and the count 0-1. Sam Travis, who singled back in the 10th, will be on second base. Six to 6 game. De Aza scored a run back in the 9th. This one cut on a high pop-up, shallow center field. It's the center fielder, Collier, who moves in and calls everybody else off and makes the catch. And there's one away. Briseño, known for his strikeouts, does not have a strikeout yet in this one. He came in with 23 strikeouts in 12 innings. In the 10th, he had a fly out to left, fly out to right, a line out to left. And then an outfield assist from Matt Hibbert to nail Dustin Woodcock at the plate. Now the awarded runner is Sam Travis, and again, the first out here on the 11th. It's Joe DiCarlo, the catcher for the Ducks. Had a double last time up. This one, a one-hopper over to third. Crosby fields. He tosses across the diamond. 2 away. 2 up and 2 down here in the 11th. And here is Vladimir Frias. Briseño touching 96 with that sinker. With a first pitch out to Joe DiCarlo. Hasn't had to work hard so far here in the top of the 11th, but things get awfully difficult from here. Still a runner on second base with 2 outs. Top of the 11th inning. As we move past 10 o'clock on the East Coast. First pitch on Frias, breaking ball, called strike. Count 0-1 on the lefty Frias. Sam Travis, who singled back in the 10th, was the last batter to come to the plate, so he stands on second as the awarded runner. 0-1 runs well inside on Frias. Nearly hit him. And the count, a ball and a strike. Senior really dialed back on that pitch. Well, the Blue Crabs trailed 3-2 at the end of 3. Trailed 4-2 after the 5th, but scored 4 runs in the 8th to go up 6-4. But the Ducks picked up 2 runs back in the top of the 9th to tie the game at 6. 2 outs in the top of the 11th. Frias digs in from the left side. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Hitters have been swinging early in the counts. Here's the 1-1 from Briseño. It's a breaking ball low and in, but a wave and a miss from Frias in the count 1-2. Top of the 11th, 2 outs. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Frias. Runner on second with 2 outs. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a slow grounder, spinning toward the Blue Crabs dugout. On the third base side, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Not much movement from the flag out in right center field. It's been quiet all evening. It's a very hot day. Temperatures finally here at 10 p.m. Cool toward 80 degrees. Briseño gets a sign. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a high fly ball. Right field, somewhat deep. It sends Braxton Lee back toward right center, where he makes the catch for the final out. Briseño doesn't get one of his patented strikeouts, but he retires all 6 he faces in the 10th and 11th. As we keep on moving here at Regency Furniture Stadium, it's 6-6 as we go to the bottom of the 11th. Well, Andres Briseño welcomes you back in the 11th inning as he's just pitched 2 terrific innings and held the Ducks off the board. We go to the bottom of the 11th. 6-6 between the Ducks and the Blue Crabs. The awarded runner on second base is Zach Collier. He struck out and made the last out back in the 10th. First pitch to Braxton Lee, a called strike on the outer half, and the count 0-1. On the day, Braxton Lee is 3 for 4. RBI single in the first, a single in the fourth. He flied out back in the center, and a 2 RBI triple in the 8th. New pitcher Chad Hocken enters the game. 0-1 pitch cut on and fouled away. Third base side out of play. Hocken has thrown 7 innings so far this year for the Ducks. Allowed just 2 earned runs. Both those runs came in one game at Lexington back on May 1st. Walks have been a bit of an issue. 0-2 pitch cut on and fouled back to the backstop behind home plate. Count remains 0-2. He's walked a batter in each of his last 4 appearances. On the year, 7 innings, 6 walks, 4 hits. The walks really aren't a huge issue here, as the only runner that matters is that runner on second base, and a walk's not going to advance him. It gives you a real opportunity to work around a batter. 0-2 pitch cut on, foul tip off the mask of DiCarlo and back to the backstop, and the count remains 0-2. You worry about the hits, and Braxton Lee has certainly had some hits today. Gave the Blue Crabs the go-ahead runs in the 9th inning, or in the 8th inning, I should say. They couldn't hold on the top of the 9th, though. Pitch to Braxton Lee, that's away. Count 1-2. And Braxton Lee working a deep count on Chad Hawken. There is an arm warming up in the Blue Crabs bullpen. And I mentioned this earlier. The Blue Crabs had 4 relievers they were probably going to go to today. They included Wells, Briseño, Latos, and Baker, and they've gone to all 4. I'd imagine that either Bradley Roney or Dalton Geeky would go in the 12th. But that's just a guess. Runner on second, nobody out. That's Zach Collier, the awarded runner for the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the 11th. Hawken, who works very slowly, gives the 1-2. A swing and a miss, breaking ball. And he gets Braxton Lee swinging, and there's one away. And that brings up Ryan Haug, who's been very quiet today. Haug has one of the best batting averages on this team, but he's 0 for 3 today. Was hit by a pitch once and left 5 on base. Hits 316 overall on the year. And he's going to get a shot here. Oh, they're going to walk him. So Ryan Haug, who is 0 for 3 today, gets intentionally walked in favor of facing Michael Baca. Again, Baca had 5 hits over the course of Wednesday and Thursday nights. Was 0 for 3 yesterday with some pretty hard hit balls, but today he's 0 for 4 again, so 0 for his last 7. Blue Crabs need him to come up big in a critical spot in the bottom of the 11th. Hawkins set, first pitch, swing and a high fly ball, right center field. It's the right fielder, Dustin Woodcock, who moves back. He makes the catch, tosses into the second baseman, Frias, while Collier takes third base. Baca advances Collier from second to third, but the Blue Crabs still have their work cut out for them, as it's Matt Hibbert who will come to the plate with 2 outs in the bottom of the 11th inning, still a 6-6 game. Collier, the awarded runner, moves to third base. Matt Hibbert steps in from the right side. Haug, who is completely unimportant for these situations, is at first base. Any runner behind Collier doesn't matter unless it's a force play. He's going to take second base on defensive indifference as the first pitch runs inside on, or I beg your pardon, is a strike on the inner half on Hibbert. Only thing that does is break up the force play at second base. Hawken on the mound. Count no balls in 1 strike in a 6-6 game. 0-1 offering. It's low into the dirt. Count a ball and a strike. I don't have confirmation on this, but it appears that Bradley Roney is warming up in the bullpen for the Blue Crabs. Count a ball and a strike on Hibbert. Ian Yetzko stands on deck. He came in as a pinch runner back in the 10th inning. But if Hibbert walks, he could be the all-important batter in the bottom of the 11th. Hibbert came in as a pinch hitter for Jack Sundberg. Was way back in the 8th inning to prevent a lefty-lefty matchup when Long Island had Tyler Webb on the mound. 1-1 pitch. A swing and a miss. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, not a cloud in the sky this evening in Waldorf, Maryland. Quite a few fans in the crowd, though, at the Reg in Waldorf who've stuck around for this 11-inning game. 6-6. Collier from third. Haug, who is, again, unimportant in this situation, at second. Only runner that matters is Collier from third. The 1-2 pitch to Hibbert. Swing and a miss. It gets to the backstop. The throw to the plate is not in time. On a wild pitch to end the game, Zach Collier comes in from third, and the Blue Crabs win it 7-6. A swing and a miss at a blocked third strike or a pitch in the dirt. And Matt Hibbert might not have gotten a hit. In fact, he struck out. But it gets the job done as Zach Collier comes in from third base to score the winning run for the Blue Crabs. Well, Southern Maryland with the most unconventional of walk-offs. And this is the second time it's happened. The same exact thing happened in the game against Lancaster, except it was just a pass ball. It was not a strikeout. But in the 11th inning, Blue Crabs couldn't find a way to get a hit, but they find a way to score a run on a strike 3 swing in the dirt. Wild pitch from Chad Hawken. And Zach Collier comes in from third to score the walk-off run. Well, that's one way to cap off a win and cap off another series win for the Blue Crabs, who moved to 22-4 on the year over 26 games. They have now won 9 consecutive series to start the year. We'll run you through some of the Blue Crabs' updated numbers. They're 22-4 on the year. They have a 10.5 game lead over the Ducks. At home, they moved to 15-1. During night games, they are 17-4. They've won back-to-back games. They're 4-1 in their last 5. They're 9-1 in their last 10. And the Blue Crabs, when they score three or more runs in a game, are 17-1. During extra inning games, the Blue Crabs moved to 2-0 on the season. And they have now beaten the Ducks in back-to-back games here at the Reg in Waldorf. This team just keeps on rolling. They're 22-4 to start the year. Well, let's take a look back at today's game. Some of the impact players. Jack Sundberg was 1 for 3. He was pulled from the game in the 8th inning. Matt Hibbert came in and scored, or was the last batter at the plate before the run came through from Zach Collier on a wild pitch on strike 3. Raul Shaw was 1 for 5 today. The big hitters today, though. David Harris, 3 for 5. An RBI double to right. The all-important double that scored a run. Zach Collier was 2 for 4. Couldn't get the job done at the plate when it was most important in extras, but he had a good game overall. He scored 3 runs for Southern Maryland, and Braxton Lee, you'd have to think after, if it's not going to be Harris, it's going to be Lee for the player of the game. Had a 2 RBI triple in the bottom of the 8th inning that gave the Blue Crabs a 6-4 lead at the time. Ended up being 6-6, and the Blue Crabs won this one 7-6. Well, we wish you a pleasant good evening, everybody. The Blue Crabs 6 and the Ducks. Sorry, the Blue Crabs 7, the Ducks 6 in 11 innings. The Blue Crabs winners of back-to-back games in 9 in their last 10. We'll be back here tomorrow at 2:05 for Game 3 of the series between the Ducks and the Blue Crabs. Have a great evening, everybody. And as always, let's go Blue Crabs.